Good day everyone, back with some more Digimon World 2. When we left off last time, we were in the midst of our first grinding session, which we almost completed. We still need to get Woodmon to level 90, as well as these two to 14. So we're going to do just that. Hopefully we have a little better luck this time, but I'm going to attempt not to hold my breath. That's no good. I have to go through both of them. It's a closed loop. Sometimes that path will lead over to the other side. Naturally. Uh, Memory bugs, as you might suspect, just take up a space of your Digibeetle's RAM. So they can be annoying if you need to capture something, but you have a larger space. Return bug is still the worst, though. By far. I'd like to open those boxes, but this is no good. Actually, I think it'll be fine. It should be fine because, yeah, he should be able to counter attack after an interrupt. That's very likely a bug, but since it affects you, it's it, it affects the enemy too, so it's beneficial. There's really no reason to interrupt the Numemon instead of just using genocide attack, but it is what it is. It's interesting how fast Woodmon is. Even Megadramon is apparently slower than. Who's about to get a level up? I was forgot. Truthfully, I should be doing the Betamons first, probably, but I'll switch to them after this. Because they should need but like 3 fights or so. Plus, while we have MP for our perfects. Yeah, Genocide Attack does a lot more damage to Numemon than Wingblade did. Going to guard Metal Greymon, get some MP back. Megadramon's about to level, so it's we don't mind burning some more of his. I'm glad Numemon survived that because it gives an extra turn of Grey Boy getting. What? I'm going to give an extra turn on top of it. Not like Slime Lad can do much. Okay, you can go now. Your services are no longer required. Switch over to the betas. Oh, that's interesting. I think this will be okay. I wonder if one. Nah, doing it that way is fine. Don't want to kill the Numemon at turn early and leave the Dark Tyrannomon with nothing to do while we whittle down Rareamon. Chica Chica. Yeah, they just about to round in one. One more level and they probably will. I'm sure to be fine. 2 hits to do him in regardless, so. Well, I said they would. See if we can't guard. Oh, bully. He did. Oh, if you were curious what the Perfects, or specifically Metal Greymon and Megadramon's level cap are going to be, it's 27. Should be 27. Now here is the strongest AoE adult level technique. It's really strong, but as you can see, it also costs an arm and a leg. MP wise, 22. That's higher than any of the perfect level attacks we have access to. However, it is AoE, so AoE is really mech fix. I want to get that treasure chest. Mech fix again. I bet we have. Yeah. Believe it or not, you actually will need mech fix a fair bit later in the game, but need them nonetheless. I'm just going to. Come here, lads. See, this fight's much better because I can just freely double Fire Blast. It's so good. It's like, let's kill everything all at once. Why don't we? It speeds up farming quite a bit, but it triggers counterattacks. So, well, he was going to kill Mushroomon. Maybe I shouldn't have interrupted him. Or is Mushroomon already dead? No, there he is. I didn't think he was. Numemon, of all things, is probably going to survive here. Just about. Wait a minute, you're going to level after this. Maybe I should guard with them just to be safe. Really? A glorified slug is faster than you, lad. Shameful. Okay, one more level for the lads. Let's see. Good news is one more fight will in fact do it. Then we can switch back to this wanker. Funny he didn't friendly fire Raymond. Almost like he knew that we were going to trigger the counter ourselves. It's just a coincidence, I'm sure. Definitely. So here's the downside to AoEs. If they get confused, it can be quite the bugaboo for your own team. Luckily, this fight's not lasting much longer, so... Easy as. As you see, they're... yeah, look at those stats. Just good stuff, good stuff. It's more comparable to Mega Digimon than anything, and they're only level 13. Let me think a moment. No, it's smarter to do it this way. So we're going to DNA for the first time. Let's head over here to device star. They're going to go into a regular Betamon, which is fine because either way, they're still going to become a Dark Tyrannomon again. But now, as a reminder, this DNA. So notice how they both have 0 DP, and they both have EL 14. So the way DNA works is it will divide whichever level is lower between the two by 5, and then the resulting number, if it's a decimal, will be rounded down, will be added to the higher level of the two, and then that will be the new level cap. So in this case, 5 cleanly goes into 14 twice. So it will add 2 to the level cap. So then the resulting Betamon will be able to go up to level 16. And we'll also have a DP of 1, because each time you merge them together, one gets added to whichever has the highest DP count. And DP affects who they evolve into. That's all it decides. For an example, let's check the website linked in the description here, and let's look at little Betamon. So at this chart, you can see from 0 to 2 DP, he becomes Dark Tyrannomon, where he learns Fire Blast. Fire Blast, I mentioned it's basically an AoE baby flame. It has the same attack potency, so that's why it's so good. If he's 3 to 5 DP, he will become Dark Lizamon. Let's bug that a little there. And if he's 6 or higher DP, he becomes Tuskmon. And so on and so forth. The Dark Tyrannomon will become X Tyrannomon from 0 to 5, but 6 or higher, he'll become Metal Tyrannomon. And so on and so forth. So that's how DP works. It doesn't, and the stats are basic. It's not quite an average of the parents, but it's sort of a range. There's a chance it will take the higher of the two, basically. Essentially, you want the parents to have decent stats because it will improve the stats of the resulting little one. So as you see, I had EL1, DP1. Now, when you merge when you DNA, the result will be sent to the server, so you'll have to go fetch it to add it to the Digibeetle. Okay. There we are. Now, if we look at this little level 1 Betamon, and you check out his stats, they're actually really bloody good. Like the attack and defense aren't far off from the level 5 Madoki Betamon that his parents originally were. Speed could use some more. Speed, okay. Also, the way DNA works, the resulting Digimon will be one level lower than the lowest level parent. So if both of them are adults, then it will be a child. If both of them are perfect, then it will be an adult. If both of them are ultimate, then it will be a perfect. However, if one's an ultimate and the other is an adult, then it will be a child. Because the lower level one was the adult one, so it will be one below that one. So yeah, that's most of the gist of DNAing in this game. Also, there's a slight formula to the way the stat inheritance works. Essentially, going down to child form is the best for all of the stats except speed. It kind of gimps the speed just because for some reason the formula they use for the speed sharing is kind of balked when it comes to going down to a child form Digimon. So yeah, if you want to pump speed, you want to go to adult or preferably even a perfect tier to maintain a decent amount of speed. That being said, going all the way down to child gives them the most level ups. So it it depends. Now, also, this one didn't quite show it off, but don't worry, we'll get to ones later that will better show it off. But um, this the the resulted new Digimon will learn every technique its parents knew. So essentially, if you chain your DNA sequences, well, you can craft your own move sets for the Digimon, which is both a good thing and a little bit of a bad thing. The bad side of it is it kind of takes the uniqueness away from the Digimon. It's mostly just an aesthetic if they end up with the same moves. But at the same time, you can make sure that they're really good and have all the best moves. So there's give and take to it. Overall, I quite like it. I'll show you my particular little, or at least one of them, little power combos much later on when it's much more feasible to grind quickly. Let's visit the parts vendor. We have some tires to buy. Oh, wait, wait. Shouldn't need those just yet. Or these. How much do we have left? 27. Yeah, I thought that was a bit out of our price range. We don't really need to get it immediately anyway. Alright, back to a tad more grinding. Let's make sure and save. If I can click the right menu. Now our Digibeetle matches much better because he has green tires. Might as well check down here first. Hey, would you look at that? Save state before entering the portal. Because this definitely seems to be... Yeah. We will have to be careful to keep this little rascal alive, of course. All it takes is all three of them targeting him at once, and, well, as you can see, Of course he's going to hit him again. Ah, I thought we had a HP disc. I know I was forgetting something. Oh well. We might have to, just for the sake of time, cheese these rounds. I'll just reload save state if it comes down to it. Ah, now we just have to hope he doesn't hit Beatamon. Okay. Hmm. So I'm going to do this, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not certain they can one round him. And Woodmon is going to attack first, which means he's going to be confused. Which means he's going to attack Beatamon next turn, most likely. But this way, Metal will be confused, and then I can just interrupt Raremon next turn and make sure he's dead. Looking at that amount of damage, it probably would have been okay to... yeah. So we could have one-rounded, but better safe than sorry. Get out of here, Slimy. Alright. Once we get some levels into Beatamon and his HP, it's really his HP because his attack and defense are um, quite fine. It'll be much less touch and go. See, he's already got 10 more HP, which is still a bit sketchy, but that's another hit probably that he could take. Let's try it again, shall we? Because not only is he getting more health, but he's also getting more defense. I think he got 6 points in that one level. Not very neighborly of you. Okay. He's not attacking Beatamon. I don't think he's attacking Metal Great. I think he's attacking Raremon there, so I'll interrupt. Could you not? Okay. He's not attacking Betamon. He is. No. Bad trash walrus thing. This is unfortunate. Hmm. Okay. We've got it now. Neither going to electric shock Numemon. Dengeki BD. Watch me be punished for it. Never punished. Next time, though. Okay. Forgot. We had tires now. We can just go over the acid swamps. Hey, mag missile. That's a nasty room. I like that room. Hope you're not sick of this fight. Another couple levels and Betamon should be stout enough to contribute without risk of exploding. You had one job, lads. One. Gonna need that Woodmon level pretty soon. He's feeling a little lower. I wonder if we could do one Wing Blade and then one Genocide attack to finish off Raemon. Huh. Maybe. Well, it's gonna be really embarrassing if this doesn't finish off the Digimon. How embarrassing. Could you stop? Ha. Well, that's alright. It was just a level or two early for you, lad. No worries. Can't not guard with beat him on there because Numamon's able to finish him with one attack. Unguarded. So this is level 5. I wish I would have thought to get a screenshot or something of the level 5 just raw Madoki beat him on stats, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's hope if I go the right direction. That's ominous. We're not on the darkness floor now, so we might be able to one round Digimon. Maybe. Glad he still did that. Notice he did 21 damage instead of 22. That's funny. They got it out for the lad. Sure. Did that drop from... Huh, I guess Numamon gets boosted from the field as well then. I thought he was neutral. That's what I know, I suppose. I suppose I could check while... No, he's darkness. Huh. Not about that. Woodmon is finished, I believe. Let me double check. He is in fact finished. Betamon's looking stouter and stouter now. So let's see, Wizardmon and Woodmon are done. So now the question is, how much further it take? It's 5 fights. We just don't have the EMP for it. Let me think for just a moment. See, this domain's the one that we're planning on clearing first in this little trio. And it has 2 bosses, which is 2 levels for the Betamon. That means we could start fighting at level 9. And then afterwards, he will be ready to evolve. Or we could take him to 11 and then evolve him before the fights, and he'll be 13 afterwards out of 16. Because what we're doing next is we'll buy 4 Digivice, go into SCSI, catch Yanmamon and Candlemon, and then clear that. So that's 3 fights there. I guess that's that works. Okay, we'll because after he gets maxed out, we switch him out with Yanmamon. We need Yanmamon for story progression. So remember how we got the Penguinmon and evolved into Ikakumon, and then we called Sayakumon? Yanmamon's the 3rd in that little trio that you need to earn for story progression a short ways from now. And then the Candlemon we'll be grabbing is also for that. We'll evolve him into Tankmon. Luckily, the Ikakumon and the Yanmamon will become useful for us in our little routes here. So since we're here and all, we can do some more fights. It's the icky fight. Let's see, how's our MP looking? Genocide attack will probably just kill him outright, so glad we figured that out. Makes things significantly more convenient for us. I think I'll just let Betamon beat down the Numamon. Let these lads get some MP back. What is it, 3 more rounds maybe? That's pretty good. That's like a whole 1 attack for Metal Greymon. Huh. That's better than that. Hey, they're going to be over 100. Isn't that lovely? That's fun. How about 4 more times? So Metal Greymon is 24. After the 2 fights, he'll probably be well into 25. 2 bosses, rather, specifically. Ah, this one. Start getting better experience from this. But less money, figure that out. He did not guard. I hope this didn't re-roll into us actually. Ha! Oh no! Fair's fair, I guess. Fair is fair. Just in case. Not going to interrupt. Now I'm going to interrupt. Genocide attack should damn near one-shot Scamon, so let us see it. I can't tell if that's half. was not. It was not, in fact, half. Not going to interrupt because I want to save the AP, but this also prevents him from hitting one of us. Because when he does that, that also takes his AP. MP, I don't know why I keep calling it AP. Too much FGO and Blue Archive lately, I guess. Lately, I say. What level was that? For Betamon? 8. Okay, 3 more. It's not so bad. I was debating on which of those specialty flaws would have been better to fight on, but neither of them matter, so. Tis what it is. Aren't you a speedy lad all of a sudden? Oh, you're actually attacking us. Looks like Megadramon. I'm going. I'm going to not interrupt, and instead, okay, he's going to get Betamon. That's nothing. Go ahead and get a lick in on this twat. Let's hope this Betamon actually finishes the Vidramon here. Otherwise, we're going to have egg on our face. Just enough. Then we'll let Betamon finish the shroom off while the other two recover. Take 2 more rounds. You could have went down fighting, but no. You did your silly little buff. Two more. If we could have fought on the machine fire, that would have been obscene damage. You know the drill. Betamon finishes the Digimon. Genocide attack on Numemon. And then Beatamon finishes the mushroom off. Oh, he learned. Did he before the attacking started? He learned nothing. I think he went backwards, if anything. Alright, who's next? We're only doing one of these. But I do want to open that box. I must open the box. Okay, we can prevent confusion then. Provided certain somebody doesn't miss. And he didn't. Still alive! I'm almost impressed. Almost. You know? Sometimes I wonder why I bother. This is the last fight, so we can go all out. Just this once. Kill it with fire. Why are you so fast? You're a vegetable. Cheeky blighter. Okay. Oh, another magnesite too. So, if if you do accidentally level, like say to 12 as a child Digimon, if you evolve them and you can get to level 13, they will still learn their move. So you haven't um, messed yourself out of that. However, if you're down the ways in a DNA chain and you because there's a limit to how many techniques they can learn per level. So okay, so basically, say you got 5 adult techniques that you need to learn. You'll learn like 2 of them at 12, and then 2 more at 13, and then the final one at 14, something like that. But if you can't get to 14, or you can't get 3 more levels or whatever, you might miss out on relearning some of the techniques. So you do need to try it's safer just to stop everything and involve them as soon as they're able and not risk it. Especially if you're tempted to do a boss fight, because you never know when how much they give a lot of experience, and the experience really balloons up that they give around this point and doesn't really look back. Let's evolve this little rascal. Alright, this is going on. You have to go through that little cutscene entering and exiting the guard towers at this part of the game, which is another reason why I suggest just going to Vice Stone for everything. That's typically what I do. I'm not sure why I just mindlessly clicked in here. Now those are some nice stats. Good stuff all around. Oh yeah, I believe I mentioned it, but just as a reminder, Snow Agumon would have become Yukidarumon, or Frigimon in the West. And he actually learns a pretty good attack that's 10 MP, his Sub-Zero punch. It grows stronger the more you use it consecutively. So it ramps up. So it's pretty nice, especially for the MP cost. This route didn't have you use him though. Normally you would have had, say, him and Greymon at the same time, as well as Wizardmon probably, when you did the Colosseum. But this route changed things a smidge. Okay. Don't want to. We don't really need the mag missile ones anymore. Honestly, you should probably sell them. I'll do that. Free money. Who doesn't like that? I'll grab an MP disc. I will grab a couple HP discs because those are important. And normally you get plenty of them from chests, but my chest pulls this playthrough has been bizarre. So I've not been getting a lot of them. Never thought I'd have to actually buy. That's not where I needed to go. It's over here. Aye, boss. About fire will do, yeah. The driver for emergency, I suppose. Let's see how many slots we have. 2. We don't need the anti-mix up yet. And that HP driver 2 is a bit too valuable for us to worry about at the moment. These junk parts, don't worry, it's not too awful far where we'll get rid of them. Or they'll stop being collected. It's a story reason though, popping up. Since we have a little bit of money, let's go ahead and buy. Let's see. We have the tires. Don't really need a crane box just yet. good to get the drill arm and the phantom hat. Phantom hand's actually a little more advanced than the rest of them because the others are effectively level 2, but it's level 3. That being said, you'll still get blown up by treasure chest mines. Now we sell the old mech hand. Three mag missile twos and 2 wave missiles. That's pretty good. Just a little bit of money back. Trying to think. A bug zapper and a crane box would be next. First to get. But those can wait. Really the only bug type that I worry about are the return bugs. So essentially, I'll actually purchase return bug zaps just in case. Alright, let's double check that I haven't been silly. And save. Now let's actually clear this domain. I'm tired of looking at it. Come on, be a good girl and be up here. Well, see, we can destroy landmines now. Getting stuck on the walls. Having specific bug zaps are the only way you can tell what type a bug nest is, with the exception of if you accidentally do, say, this and uncover one in a space, then it will tell you. Okay, let's go ahead and save state because we don't want to. I'm still determined not to use. I think this is one that would want to use a. Yeah. I'm still determined not to use. This is as well. As is this. This is a floor gauge. There we are. It's the principle, the thing I'm determined not to waste mag missiles on this domain, because they're not required. It's not forest like in one of the next domains. What's over here? Okay. Well, there is a room over here. I've always thought that one was funny. Oh, you can't move. 3 seconds later, you can move now. What's the point? Ah, now there's a good fight, but we will be skipping it. Don't worry, we'll see plenty of them later on. You basically saw the gimmick for this fight, in that there really isn't one. Kuwagamon likes to guard. He alternates guards and scissor arms. And him guarding is a good thing though, because scissor arm again lowers your defense. I feel like we haven't seen this room type too much. It will become more common. Don't you worry about that. Huh. Oh, there we are. Yay! That was a nice floor. I approve of that floor. Floor gang, where you at? Bollocks. And yeah, the Dark Rizamon often wastes his turn doing that. See, defense down. If he hits that twice, you'll take double damage the rest of the fight. But just keep in mind, it can work for you just as well as it can work against you. Must you? This is likely purely because Kuwagamon's so fast. Ha, he missed. Sucks to suck. Hey, you listen here, laddie. I'm about to compose a strongly worded letter. Where's my pigeon? There we are. They really have it out for old grey lads. Ah. No. Ah. Smell that? Smells like freedom. A toy truck. That's the next tier of toy stuff. Flashbolt is one of the Z cannon ammunitions. Is there anything that I would want to get rid of for it? Sure. At the very least, they can usually be sold for a fair amount. Welcome to the first of two boss fights here. As you might suspect, it's not a particularly dangerous one. I mean, it's Bertrand. He's not exactly playing with a full deck. Oh no, he can heal. Which would be a shame if we were to do something about that. Oops. I just kill Veggie Ant right here. You had one job. One singular job. You deserved that. I'm glad they're beating on you this run. You twat. Oh, come on. This is why we can't have nice things. Whatever. We'll just let Beatamon finish him off. That will be useful. Get used to seeing this guy. He's he's going to be recurring. Ah, Platinum Scarmon. You know what? That's fine. Warumonzaiman is our first perfect level enemy, by the way. If you were curious. Yes, this is the issue. Platinum Scarmon can give the power to confuse to his allies. Probably for your own runs, it would probably be best to focus on Platinum Scarmon to get him out of the way. Maybe before he keeps casting Panic Wave on everyone. But it's not a particularly difficult fight, so either way. So one down, two to go. But first, we have some hunting to do. First of all, how many slots do we have? Okay. So we need to send a Wizardmon and Hoodmon away since they're finished. That's looking nice. Basically comparable to Make a Dramon. So what we're going to do is get 4 Digivice. Let me double check and make sure we have room. Don't want to make that mistake again. Let's see if I was right about Flashbolt selling for a decent amount. Hmm. Seems I was mistaken. Maybe it's the AoE ones that do, because that's single target. Digivice. Let's see. Guess I could go ahead and grab the bug sapper. The only thing left after that would be the crane box, which let's go digi hunting, shall we? I am going to, I'd recommend you as well, do a little save states before entering floor panels, because for some inexplicable reason, the Yanmamon mobs can sometimes just not spawn in SCSI. Candlemon, you'll be able to get, but Yanmamon can be a bit of a cheeky sneaky. Wow, that's disappointing. Also, the plan is to capture the two of them and clear this one all in one run. As thou who bit least. That is the hope. Let me double check something. So this is SCSI domain after the Black Knights. Candlemon are on floor 2. And 3. What about Yanmamon? Only floor 5. Yeah, so that's it. I will go ahead and check and see if I can't find a Candlemon. Okay, there's one. I hope that's enough space to throw the appropriate amount of gifts. That one isn't. Candlemon's the target. He's in the middle, so we can't just risk AoEing them down. Because he won't be the last to drop. On fire. Welcome to the team, lad. No, really, if you could wait to next floor and get one that's 2 levels higher than this one, just to save you a little bit of time, because you just got to get him to Tankmon. So 11. There's no real. Um, Unfortunately, there's not really a use I've found beyond that, unless you want to raise Tankmon, of course. Then, well, aren't you lucky? I chose poorly. That's Jumogimon and Elekmon. Okay, going into floor 5. Because which set. Well, there's Yanmamon. Let's hope there's another on the map. There is. Hmm. I have an idea. Angemon and Cleargamon run away from us. So, you're joking. Actually pulling me leg. Get out of here. So they run away, so it's easy enough to get past. Nope. Okay. There. Yamamon's a bit of a bugaboo because he takes 3 Digibytes to get a small heart. Make sure Palmon falls. That's weak. Of course, he is getting boosted by the flower. And I believe nature type Digis have an advantage over machine type. There is an attribute, quote unquote, triangle system as well, but they don't really explain it in game, and it usually doesn't affect things enough to be worth bothering trying to memorize. So, eh. Okay. I was lucky. Only took 3 resets. Yanmon and Kanjulmon get. Oh, so Yanmamon is interesting. Thunder Ray is moderately strong. He's fairly quick, but he's interesting in that he's got an alternate version called Sandian Momon, and you have to be careful. Okay, so honestly, it would be better for me to just switch over here. So, okay, so Yanmamon can evolve. He evolves into Pumpkinmon, who evolves into Rosemon. One of my favorites ultimates in the game. Um, that's all well and good. That's a pretty good line. Pumpkinmon's Trick or Treat is one of the stronger AoE perfect level moves. But in exchange for it's almost to the level of an ultimate level AoE. The exchange is it pretends like you have zero defense. So if you get hit when you use it, you're going to be hurting. However, if we go over here and check Sand Yanmamon, notice how it's blank? He has no evolutions. He's a dead end. There are certain Digimon in the game, Sand Yanmamon, Trikeramon, uh, okay, so this is a little Trikeramon cannot go past. He doesn't have an ultimate he can go into. For Millimon, who is a sort of Rouge version of Monochromon, also cannot go any further. So they're both dead ends. Let's see. I believe X-Tyrannomon is also a dead end, as is Metal Tyrannomon. Neither of those have an ultimate they can go into. So there are certain lines you have to be really careful in because they can't evolve further. So you can stick yourself. Vaidmon and Garbagemon also. Vaidmon, Garbagemon, and Datamon, all three don't have ultimates they can turn into. So yeah, there are about, I get what, 10 or so dead end Digimon in the game, unfortunately, that you need to be careful about going into. Luckily, most of those are fairly unpopular Digimon, so the average of you seeking them out isn't very high, I guess, but it is something to keep in mind. But again, regular Yamamon is perfectly fine. He can go all the way into Rosemon. So now that we have Yanmamon and Candlemon, let's finish this domain, shall we? Reminder that Clear Agumon's a pretty decent grab because he comes with small heal, which is helpful enough as a child. But then he turns into Pedomon. Until he gets higher DP levels, he turns into Pedomon, who has a Mega Heal, which is a 150 HP heal for pretty nice MP ratio. Well, there go our bits. Never mind. I knew there's always a bug nest there, so something to keep in mind. You might want to save state before entering Floor 6. in this version of SCSI domain, so you can re-roll which kind of bug it is. Okay. No, perfect level here. Deltamon's pretty neat. This game was the first time I'd seen Deltamon. I saw him here before, even in the anime, which was pretty interesting. I'll pile in on Bakemon to begin with. Bake, Delta, and then Dark Riza is basically a good priority for this fight. Bakemon can use Death Claw, which can, or rather Evil Charm. Death Charm's really what it is, which can confuse. Death Charm. And Deltamon he uses his Delta attack is AoE. Notice Dark Tyrannomon's still doing good damage because he's also getting boosted by the flower, so there's no imbalance going on there. How are you still alive? There it is. Triple forces. You already had darkness power, you silly goose. Also, if you were wondering, confusing the enemy can be useful, but it's unreliable because they seem to recover from it a lot easier than your own Digimon do. Beatamon is, well, the Dark Tyrannomon. I keep reading his quote unquote nickname. As you can see, he's capped out. And what healthy stats he had too. Don't worry, lad, we'll be using you for DNA fodder. Not too long from now. I will already tell you that we're now swapping him out for Yanmamon, who will also go to. No, I think he goes to 20. Let me. So this page right here, which is an archived page, I will tell you what what the level cap is for wild Digimon. So if you capture a champion at level 11, like say Woodmon, they cap at level 19. But if they're 12 to 13, they'll go to 20. So Yamamon will go to 20. And then if you catch them 14 or 15, they can go to 21. So they can evolve into Perfect if you want. And then Perfect's at level 21, like say Metal Greymon and Megadramon, cap at 27. So yes, there's another little resource I will hopefully remember to link in the description. It's most of the information is on the site already linked. That one just has the specifics about level caps. But before we go any further, I will be back in just a moment. Alrighty. Let's check out our inventory. Seems good. Now we're actually going to grind Metal Greymon to 26 before we move on. But first, no, yeah. So we're going to enter disk domain again. That's right. It's back here. Also, the little sentences when you try to open a chest and it's booby trapped. You notice how the wording's different for pretty much most of them. Um, don't even bother trying to decipher which ones mean, oh, you can definitely open it or not, because they're misleading. We'll put it that way. Hmm. I am hesitant. I think this is going to be another. Yeah, of course it is. I suppose we did just get it. No, it's the principle of the thing. By golly, I wonder. Does this floor pattern mean that the second floor will always require a magnetic missile? That may be the key. Wait, I think this should be fine. Maybe not. I seem to have mistaken. Hmm. No, this is fine. We're not grinding Metal Greymon to level 25 off of, or rather 26 off of Numilon. That would take 18 fights, or probably about 16 fights. We're not doing it. We're going to go further beyond. Cheeky. So there's a donut down there. That was on. Level 7 is the boss form. We're wanting, at the very least, the Geckomon mobs. They'll be in the center at least. So I say, that's even better, because think they're like, I think this gives more experience. It should. Genocide attack. All in on Kuwaga. We do have to watch Yanmamon a bit, because he's data, and he's not going to fare very well against these particular fights. Sure enough, Kuwagan's was One attack from Gorgomon was going to take him nigh to half health, so. He's a mean lad. So he's doing that, and I believe that overrides his machine speciality, but unfortunately he keeps removing the darkness path, so it doesn't matter. Of course, you get your attack off. Yeah, that's not very nice. Florizamon squishy, for those keeping track at home. Yeah, there's some experience now. The money's good too. Yeah, Maman, you had one job. Of course, now you attack faster than I'm pretty. I'm pretty sure Mega Drumon's going to get a level after this, but if not, then this fight is really silly. Go Yanmon, attack Kuogamon just in case. He's going to attack Yanmon. We can't have that. Good, good lad. As it should be. I was wrong. He just got a level, right? Wait, no? I don't know. Not entirely certain I'm awake. Okay, floor 6, and we know that there's at least one of these fights in the boss room. Please tell me that was an MP disc. I'm not. Guess we'll see. Isn't this so lovely? Why were we not farming off of this fight to begin with? Tisk tisk. How many turns would it take Yanmomon to... You know what? We probably shouldn't risk it. 30 damage? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it would take forever and a day. '30 versus 12. Squishy, squishy lad. Oh, we cut a level anyway. Bully. It's going to be a dud floor, isn't it? But there's not many of them. Ah, there's one. Well, screw me, I guess. Gonna guard with Yanmomon. This is silly. Okay. 2 more fights for Mega Digimon. Little Greymon would be under 1,000 remaining then. That's pretty good. EX driver. So that is AoE status recovery. Not spectacular. Sort of like this floor. Only 2 fights? Or was it 3? Ah. Guarding again. That throws the whole fight off. I wish you wouldn't. Be a whole lot cooler if you didn't. At least he didn't hyperheat. Poor Yanmamon. He can't take much more. He's just a boy. Oh. Just in case. Never mind. You're not sure. So I'm pretty sure that's targeted towards Yanmamon. It was. I'm just going to guard, just in case. Mega Digimon. Why? Curious why they're outspeeding us so badly. That doesn't seem right at all. Huh. It's not risky. I'm going to look really silly if Egidramon doesn't level after this one. Ah. Wish I could remember better. I believe it's There's one. He didn't guard. It's a miracle. If only we can attack first, then we'll be cooking with gas. Must you? That's okay. I get it. I get it. It is my fault. I expected too much. Competence. Sure. Digimon is going to level after this one. I hope there are more fights on this floor. I'm pretty sure there are, but can't quite recall where they are. Oh well, not like we're about to run out of EP or anything. This is Greymons getting pretty low HP wise. That wasn't a hint, lad. Not an invitation to attack. Okay. I see how it is. Well, we've successfully cut Little Greymon's experience requirement in half. Maybe a bit below. I'm aware. Generally, they'll say that when the boss fight is gone. Oh, well, well, well. Ain't that nice? Water arrow. Okay, this is the way to the boss room. This should. Huh. Maybe I was mistaken. I thought there was another fight on the floor. At least one more. Well, we had a good run. Glad I didn't use any items. Speaking of, sell that and this. Don't worry, lad, we'll get you there before too long. Next run should get in there pretty comfortably. The Yamamon probably be about 17 by then. So we need to send the toy car away. And then I think we can buy the new box now. So our inventory is going to expand even further. Ooh, spoopy. And I dare say that's the last part we need for now, because we have the engine. There's no new battery yet. We have the RAM. Here's the box. We have the tires. It does warn you if you already have it equipped on the Digibeetle, by the way. So the one case where it won't is, say, these. If you upgrade, or when you upgrade yours, um, it will. It's like it searches for Bug Sweep 1 or Minesweep 1. So if you have Bug Sweep 2 or Minesweep 2, it will come back as, oh, you don't have this exact version equipped. So do be wary of that. But it's very unlikely for you to fall into that trap, considering how expensive they are. You'll remember having upgraded them. Now the cannons, maybe the R and Z cannons, when that comes along, perhaps would be more likely to have that issue. Picked up a junk part in one little time. It took me to walk into this room. Seriously? Cheeky. There we go. We almost have it. We're only a little under 2,800 bits down from before we bought our new box. Look at all this inventory space now. Ain't that pretty? Okay. Let me think just a moment. All right. Just double check everyone's condition. Just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Ah, that's a forgotten classic. 927. Okay. And you're done. You can wait. One more slot. That's going to be for a very interesting Digimon. Let's go ahead and save. State save. Save state. Words. What even are words? Silly goose, you went the wrong way. No, no, that's okay. That's alright. That might have gave me a hernia. Ah, all the way over there. Joke's on you, lass. Go on, little one. Perhaps I judged you too harshly. Not bothering with the Numemon fight, as it's far more annoyance than it's worth. I have to remember this in future runs, although who knows how differently the other hacks have rearranged things. So, no. Now, I believe we'll be able to loop around the side here and avoid the other one. If we're clever enough. Yes. Ah, does that count as clever? He's a puddle of slime. Oh, that is a fight worth doing. He didn't guard. Let's just hope Megadramon attacks first. Good lad. Oh, let's actually hope we're strong enough to one round him. That's the big one. Tisk tisk. I'm gonna have to get that lad some glasses. Clearly. Yanmamon and Megadramon can kill him. Don't need Metal Greymon, anyhow. Hmm. It's interesting the genocide attack does such comparatively little damage to Red Digimon. You deserved that for missing. He probably wouldn't have finished Gekomon off anyhow. It is what it is. I would love to guard him and regain some AP, but we've been over why that's not feasible. That's not so bad. 780 bits as well. My diagonal button isn't working, apparently. Let's see. Skirmon will probably be uh, powered up by this floor. No one else should be though. Theoretically. Ouch. Saved by the reroll. This game has such interesting mechanics that way. Yes, God. I don't think it's going to save you. Spoilers, it didn't. He was going to attack Yan Mamon. It's just not very neighborly if you think about it. Next turn we'll use Megajimon to finish him off. So I say, watch this not be enough somehow. Yeah, he does do strangely less damage to Red Vegemon. Maybe he's tankier than I've given him credit for. Should be able to finish, well, I'll jinx it if I keep on. So I'm going to say it anyway. We should be able to finish Metal Greymon off on this fly. Ah, he's guarding. Why must you be this way? Why must you cause me grief and strife? It's okay. We'll just horn bust. Let's come on. I'm going to say that Hornbuster on Gekomon should be enough to finish him. Because sometimes it pays to delude yourself. Okay, that's good. That's kind of what I was hoping for. Well, I was hoping Metal Greymon would have killed this lad before he got the attack off, but you know how Metal Greymon rolls. We're getting there. much further. I was right about Yamamon being at 17 when we got done with this. I think I was at 17. I won't pretend I did. If not, parts fix. Did you have to do that? Oh, that's no good. Yeah, okay. Now there we go. There's some experience. That's significantly less damage than he used to do. I refuse to believe Yamamon is leveled up that bloody much. Something, something has gone awry somewhere. It's weird. This is probably a mistake. But we learned from those. Allegedly. Oh. There we go. We'll do 2 guards before finishing the fight. One EXP off from 17 for Yanmaman the next time we do one of these fights. That's unbelievably cheeky. You know, it's all the same to you. I'd rather it's not blur. Now, sure, we're, at least at the moment, done with buying things, but we're so close to getting the lad to 26. See, now Yamamon's slower again. I don't get it. So speed does work on sort of a range. Um, they have you to consistently attack first. You have to outspeed by a moderate amount. I don't. I'm not certain the exact number, but it has to be more than just like a point or two, obviously. Two fights. Two fights. Hmm. MP driver. Now there's one that's useful. Very useful. Yeah. Just going to guard from now on. Blast. You know what? Hmm. One was a rough one. As long as they don't all target Yanmamon, we should be okay. That was basically. See, this is perfect because provided Metal Greymon hits, um, no one will even take Kuagamon's attack. That's basically peak. What everything that can't go wrong did go wrong. That fight. Still have to do one more fight after this one, so do need to keep babying their MP a bit. Yamamon's going to level there, so he doesn't really mind. Honestly, this is probably a better fight than the other one, because the other one has more damage potential. Yeah, that's not what I'm going to do. This is. Was he guarded? Okay. Okay. We're in the home stretch now. Naturally, you would miss. More for the road. Ah, isn't that lovely? Let's see if there's a cheeky chest we can grab. No. Let's get out of here. And then we'll clear the boss at Vigio domain, which does have a requirement of a mag missile to clear. Gonna be a bit to get him to 27. Which we will have to do shortly, because he is not long for this world. That speed is just horrendous. 39 at level 26. Yeah, those two are tied. I thought so. Seemed to be the case. Also, you might need to keep the parts fixed. There's no reason for me to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway, purely because um, it's what you would do if you hadn't gotten any in out of chess for this domain. So it's a good habit to get into. Purchasing a mag missile for it. Now we save. Now we're off to a video domain. This is a clear run, so we don't have to worry about fighting anything. There's nothing, well, we don't have any gifts anyway. You might think, oh, I will get a buy without having to zap that spore up top. You thought. You thought. Ah, this is an interesting flower. Watch this not be this type of flower now. I'm just being silly. But it basically has little finger-like palms branching down. Four of them in total. Incidentally, this is a pretty neat little encounter to get some nice digis from. Snow Agumon, as mentioned, turns into Yukidarumon. Toy Agumon, it becomes Leomon. And Clay Agumon becomes Pidomon. And eventually Tailmon, if you have enough DP. Looks like we chose poorly. Floor panel can be in any of these little branches. There's not really a pattern to it, other than okay, other than the floor layout itself. That was merciful. We needed that to make up for how horrendous that floor was stepwise. Oh, you beauty! This is my favorite domain now. So, there's an upcoming trade where you need to capture a Garurumon, a Garurumon, Ga, and notice how this one's spelled, Gururumon, not Garurumon, Gururumon. They're not the same thing. Do not fall into that trap and accidentally catch this one and then try to trade it in. Not that I've ever done that before. It's very cheeky. Also, bedroom mobs move twice, so they're kind of a nightmare to catch things in the first place, which is why I catch a penguinmon and just trained it up to Ikakumon instead of catching this Ikakumon, because it just isn't worth the hassle. Basically, your best bet is to lock into those flyers where the Birdramon mob is blocked by the boulder traps, and then you can shove as many gifts down their gullet as you like. You're lucky we're not. This isn't our hunting for Piramon run. You wanker. Hmm. No real need to dodge that. She's going to catch us anyway. So yeah, notice how this Garurumon is sort of more muted and grey in coloration. Actual Garurumon, the one from the anime and the one you need to for the trade, is his fur is a lot brighter and lighter white, and then his blue is much brighter as well. We've picked the singular wrong direction again. Do you mind? There's let's hope we don't need any more missiles. Next floor is the boss floor. I didn't think the boss floor has a forced electrospore or anything. There is a domain that's like that, though. Be warned. Do be warned. And this one shoves Digimon in our face, left and right. I know it's tempting to go back and grab that treasure chest, but it's a long way. It's a long way over there. Yeah. So after this domain, any domain could potentially uh, from now. Okay, from now. So certain domains, there's been like two so far that have had a guaranteed forest. You need a magnetic missile to clear. From after this clear, and we get the next set of Blood Knight domains onwards. They're pretty much all going to require or not require, but it's generally good to just keep a stock of. I forgot he had Thunderbolt in this one. Thunder Javelin, Thunder Javelin. Why must you do us this way? Death Claw. Death Claw, just like Pico Dot, drains your MP with the amount of damage it does. So it's really annoying. Paralysis is better than poison, no. So ha. Judging by the power of these bosses, it's kind of funny, but it feels like we kind of do them backwards. We do the quote unquote more difficult one first, which is amusing. Solomon is who naturally carries necromagic, by the by. What am I doing? There's no reason not to just use regular genocide attack. Look at the lad here. Didn't miss despite the paralysis and then broke out the next turn anyway. You just know they're seething, seething on the highway between Copenhagen and Sievenhagen. Now we can just lazy boy targeting. No need for interrupts or anything fancy. Morbid curiosity. Okay. EP bug. Yeah, I'm gonna open this chest anyway. Because I can. So do be warned. Next on the agenda is capturing Pidomon and also getting Metal Greymon on up to 27. So it shouldn't take too much longer because this next set of domains has higher experience values available. The X driver, we can sell that for fair profits. You just said that, lad. Yes, he will repeat. The dialogue is triggered by particular spaces. Keep that in mind for later. So now we need to report in. 2000's pretty steep, but I think we can swing it. So we'll need to capture. Blah, 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 blah. Let's try this again in English. So we need to purchase 2 cell phones and make sure we have 4 mag missile forwards just to be on the safe side, which I have 5. So the junk parts will likely start speeding up at this point, by the way. But don't worry, it's not too much further before we solve that little conundrum. I don't think is the trade available yet. Yeah, I didn't think so. I forget if this is the point where we need to have these 3 in our party or not. Yes, see, he wants those 3. Now, if you don't know where they are, you can ask the hunter here, this lad down here, and he'll go tell you their locations. We no longer need them in our group. Let's see, what was I buying? 2 cell phones. Are those available here, or do I need to go back? Ah, bugger. So, the, well, we have to report back to the guard squad anyway. So I didn't waste too much time. Another sign of the quote-unquote canon choice being Blue Falcons is that Ben Oldman, the lad that we're supposed to find here, or we're supposed to be searching for, was their former leader. Let's go ahead and purchase. Oh, also, the guard teams will add. So now we're level C gift cell phone for sale. They will add their respective types, items a little bit earlier in the story than Device Dome will. But Device Dome gets stuff for all 3 types, so that's the trade-off. We need to. I believe we'll use the toy boat to capture the Garurumon. So that's fun. Yeah, these junk parts are adding up quickly. So here comes the part where we should solve the oh, I should have made a note of this, unless I'm mistaken about this being the part where this happens. But you'll need a Digivice. Right, he goes to. The professor goes back to the DNA lab over here. So we have to get a patch from a Digimon of each type. They mentioned strong-willed Digimon, so that gives you a hint of where to go. You need a Digivice because the Clockmon in here um, needs to be bribed with a toy. So you have to agree to meditate with Wagarurumon. If you say not yet, you'll have to repeat that entire sequence, basically. Uh, so do enjoy being cheeky if you like. There you go. Now for the data patch, the Ogamon that used to be here has befriended someone. He's decided to join a tamer. And since you're not allowed to check the city, there's only one place to check. And there we go. No more junk parts. Besides the one that we likely... We didn't. Lucky. Lucky key. So by having some foreknowledge of certain Digimon requirements, we just were able to breeze through this little section that normally would take quite a while of running backwards and forth. Same thing with a little later on, we'll have a requirement of showing a Tankmon. But There's where old buddy Candlemon comes into play. Also, Holy Angemon for Garurumon. Holy Angemon has the best heal in the game because it's AoE 150 HP heal for a laughably lower MP cost. Now, there are full heals and even AoE full heals, but they actually cost appropriate MP amounts, which means they're exceedingly expensive. Now, this next part, we're going to drive domain first, and we're going to capture a Pidomon. We're also going to do a few fights just to chip away at the amount of experience that Metal Greymon needs. Because before we actually move on, he needs to hit 27. So Pidomon comes from a Yukidarumon grouping. There, there are two um, Yukidarumon mobs. One of them is Yukidarumon Tortomon and Dolphmon, which is pretty annoying because Dolphmon's attack lowers your attack. It's the attack lowering equivalent of Kuwagamon's Scissoron. And Tortomon is just super tanky, so he can take some doing to get rid of. But the one we're aiming for is Yukidaramon, Tailmon, and Pidomon. Which can also be a little annoying because Pidomon has Mega Heal, which is a single target 150 HP heal, which is really nice. So he can, you need to quickly kill the others, or else he'll keep healing them. Normally you would kill him first, but since we need to capture him, then that's not really feasible. But yes, so we're going to there are 9 floors on this one, and you can find the Pidomon on 5, 6, or 7. So, save state, enter. As you might recall, this was a vaccine-only domain. So naturally, that's all we'll find. This is the other Digimon mob. So getting I recommend save state scumming going into floor 5, and so you can reload if you get past 7 and haven't had any luck, because you can get super unlucky and keep getting the non-Pidomon Yukidoramon groups, or they can be in rooms that don't give you enough space to throw gifts in, which is always fun. How cruel. The Garurumon line is interesting in this game because Gabumon is data, but Garurumon is vaccine, and Were Garurumon is vaccine, but Metal Garurumon is data. Figure that out. Okay, we're going into floor 4, so we'll want to save state before we move out to the next floor panel. So I just wanted to check this was. So it's one of the Greymon groups that has the Garurumon. Not this one, clearly. Um, so I'm actually, this fight's a bit annoying because Kabuterimon's attack is a weaker version of Hornbuster, which makes sense because Atla Kabuterimon is where Hornbuster comes from. So it greatly lowers your damage. And also Sibergermon and Kabuterimon being so fast can make it difficult to run away because we're being dragged down by just an actual hunk of lead in Metal Greymon. Huh. I suppose we'll try this way. There's the other Greymon mob. Yeah, there was no way to really avoid him, I'm afraid. Now remember, save state before going into floor 5. You have floor 5, 6, and 7 to find Petermon. If those fail, you'll want to reload and immediately have a second crack at them as opposed to having to do the entire domain over. That is a Greymon mob. Need to upgrade that Minesweeper. There we go! So we're going to save state. Okay. Now we have to, as we were rudely interrupted. So the reason that I'm not actually fighting anything as opposed to what I was saying earlier is we actually want to level Pidomon some while getting Metal Greymon to level 27. We want Pidomon to hit level 17. So we'll line up Metal Greymon, Yanmamon, and Pidomon until Metal Greymon hits 27, which will hopefully also finish off Yanmamon. But we shall see. We want to take Yukidarumon out first because his attack increases in potency. Genocide attack is useful since Pidomon can't heal him in case of the worst. Neko Punch from Tailmon is fairly stout attack, but see, it wasn't quite enough. Luckily, he wasn't going to heal anyway. He also comes with Neko Punch because his normal move is Mega Heal. Now let's get him down, just to be safe. See, they're not slouches in the damage department. Tailmon's pretty quick, too. He was going to heal her. Good. Great experience from these fights as well. Like I said, these domains have a higher average amount of experience per fight, while also not being really any longer than the fights we have been doing. That's why I don't do all that much grinding before here. So we have Pidomon. Now let's go ahead and line them up like so. Yeah, so 2,000, right at 2,000 to get him to 27. We'll get him to 17. Because if you look at Yamamon's experience, 2972, you can see that it'll line up more or less that way. And we have a heal now. So what say we do some fighting in here? Want to take Digimon out first because he's annoying. Point proven. For some reason, Saberdramon only has Piomon's attack, so he isn't all that threatening in this fight. It's mostly just Kabuterimon being annoying. Not even dangerous, just annoying. Well, if you were going to weaken one, I would have rather it been Pidomon, so, because he was going to do less damage anyway. Kabuterimon can also use Tentomon's attack as well, so he doesn't always interrupt. He just usually does. See, that's what I didn't want you to do. It's the one thing we didn't want to happen. Of course, he attacks first. Isn't it funny that the wild Greymon is so fast, when ours are always so slow? So notice that that heal is greater than Pidomon's actual max HP. I'm telling you, it's stout stuff. Because it's just 12 MP. That's Mega Flame. It's nothing. I may even heal Metal Greymon just for kicks and giggles here in a moment. I imagine one more Thunder Ray will probably. Never mind. He has more health than I thought he would. I will go and heal Metal Greymon. It's because he's getting away low. Gives us another excuse to guard with him anyway. Siberidamon's the one to do it on anyway, since he's not exactly packing all that much heat. Pudamon should be leveling within a couple fights, so we can stand to burn his MP more. Oh, he immediately levels. How about that? Let's see. Judging by that's annoying. Oh, fight galore here. And it's on a nature floor. So Simo Unimon and the Apemon will be boosted probably. That being said, I think Greymon is probably the biggest threat. Well, I don't know, Apemon does AoE, so we should probably focus him down first. Nice miss, lad. Sucks to suck. Ah, that's nothing. Huh. Not the most auspicious of starts in this round. Why do you have Antique Cannon? I'm not totally sure. That's Unimon's move. Oh, not certain. Not certain though. Yeah. Nature boost for Yanmaman is just too strong, I guess. Yeah, this one gives significantly less experience than the other one, even though it's not. I wouldn't say either of them are particularly more difficult than the other as well, so it's just odd. Still gives you plenty of good money, though. Who doesn't love that? Luckily, both of the others are the good one. On the other hand, we're on a nature floor, which means Calpurnia's going to be that much more annoying. Why must you insist? Good job, team. Oh, you must be. What is happening here? Is this a blind field or something? Not a nature specialty? Come on. The damage reduction, as you might expect from us still doing 21 damage and not single digits, the Electroshocker damage reduction is quite a bit lower than the Hornbuster damage reduction. Hornbuster makes... Is that 2 misses in a row from him? You know what? Let's go back to interrupts with him. Doesn't matter. How about you not? Not quite enough. I've only used Super Shocker once instead of Electro. Before. Huh. Nah, might as well do it this way. This is a weird fight. No one can hit it even. Are we all paralyzed? I'm not certain Petermon's going to get a level after this fight, so need to keep up with that more by keep paying attention to Metal Greymon's experience, since he's technically the one that is the target we're shooting for. Finish it off with Yanmamon, just in case. Let Petermon have a little bit of MP there. Okay, that's not so bad. Yanmamon will level next fight. Right, come on, come on, come on. That's a good lad. Oh, that's interesting. Him attacking first. Still on your nonsense, I see. You know, normally he would at least accidentally use Tentomon's move instead. You know, on occasion, if he's feeling fancy. It's not this day. Oh look, now he didn't. What a world. Need to get your speed up, lad. Oh well, you acted before Carpetarium somehow. That's strange. Yamamon levels after this fight, so I don't really have to worry about conserving his MP. You know, it's interesting because Pidomon, I'm trying to think. I'm I'm uncertain. I don't think he really appears after this game anymore. Anyway, he's not in any of the Cyber Sleuth or Time Stranger for certain. It's possible he's in some of the. Let's see. It's like World 1 and he's in 2. He's a card in 3, um, as well as Card Battle, but Card Battle came out before 2, I believe. Hmm. We're getting there. Is that Yanmamon finished, or does he go to 20? He does, in fact, go to 20. Got a hair in my eye. Just a moment. Okay. Hair extricated. Eye twitching up a storm. Very comfortable. Would recommend. Honestly. So Yamamon's actually going to camp out right at the same time Middle Greymon will. Roughly. That's interesting. I'm not certain that's necessarily supposed to happen. Doesn't matter. Oh. It might help if I actually find the exit floor now, because I don't think there are any more fights here. Maybe in the bottom left. But I have my doubts. How rude. Alright, how about you? How about you? No one's getting boosted from this fight, this floor specialty, so. Hmm, sure. If we get lucky and Carboteriumon uses Tentamon attack again, then we can take him down next turn. Petite Thunder. That's a big if, though. This is the first time that he's. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. He said, "Ha, you thought." Try not to think, it's quite painful. One more Neko Punch next turn should polish him off. I'm going to say it's going to take Yanmamon. Yeah, to finish him. This Raymond needs healing again. So we'll do just that. Isn't it so nice having some healing? If you're willing to grab a clear Agumon earlier on in the game, you can have some. Now his small heal is only 50, but again he evolves into Pitomon, so you get the one we're using now. But HP discs aren't super expensive either, to be fair. Let's just keep guarding. Hopefully they don't finish him here. Unless we're getting some. Nice try, nerd. Good. Just let Jan want to get a wee bit more MP back. Because it'll be a bit before he levels again. Pitomon will be much sooner. One more fight. He'll be at 16. Yeah, I feel like our Metal Greymon is a bit behind experience-wise in this run than in my routed run, and I'm curious of where that occurred. Because it's not like we've done all the same boss fights. He hasn't been KO'd and missed any experience somehow. Let's see. Yeah, if anything, we did an extra wild Metal Greymon fight because Snow Agumon fell. Which, looking back, we didn't even need to do that because we ended up not using Yukidaramon in this route, which is not something I'm used to, by the way. So, hence the habit of, oh no, I need to rectify this mixed experience when it didn't matter if he was level 8 versus 9, because we stopped using him at that point anyway. could you be so cruel? Okay, I'm glad he attacked before Greymon, otherwise that would have been sad. We would have taken an extra Mega Flame that we didn't need to. Let's get some MP back for those two. I do need to heal Yanmamon. I'll do that next turn. So going to kick a Destroyer with Metal Greymon now and let the others recover a tad bit. That should do it. Not too much longer. Oh wow. Right. The I feel like okay. This should be fairly self-evident, but just in case, the floor that you actually fight in is based off of where the enemy is standing, not you. That's why, even though we're standing on the darkness terrain, this is still a neutral location. I suppose that didn't really matter the order I did that. Either way, it was going to come out about the same damage because Electroshocker. As you can see. Ah, make sure that's finished off. Never mind. Never mind. Everyone knows armored-headed T-Rexes, though. Very nimble. How could he be expected to hit? Just unreasonable, if you ask me. Couldn't possibly. Mecha Punch is really good in Cyber Sleuth, by the by, for those keeping track at home. If you, this gives you the itch to try other Digimon games. Probably just keep guarding. It does set damage, which what it means is later in the game it's terrible, but early to even early mid game it's quite good, because especially because there are a certain recurring enemy type that will pop up from here or there that have extremely high defense but relatively lower HP, and set damage moves or just piercing moves just annihilate them. So the more you know. And obviously you get Mecha Punch from Tailmon or Black Tailmon. I think we're in pretty decent shape here. Petermon will probably level before he gets into too bad of MP straits. Yeah, 2 fights. 3 fights, I'll do it for Yanmamon, and I'm going to say 4, and we'll be done. Because that'll get old Metal Greymon as well. I think we can swing 4 fights. I was tempted to check for treasure chest down there, but decided against it. Well, the good news is we're getting full X on Kabuterimon. The bad news is we're on the nature specialty floor, which means he's taking less damage, so we might not be able to one-round him. But by golly, we're gonna try. Get him, lad. You disappoint me. You really disappoint me, holy cow. Well, that's nice. Oh wow, 2 in a row. He decided not to. No, I'm not going to interrupt. Petite Thunder. Bloody hell. Especially you could waste this. Or at least get some damage on Siberdramon. Might as well just Giga Destroyer. Yeah, let's see if we can one round Greymon. Well, is it really one round when he wasn't at full health? You deserve that for being so slow. He's such a slow. Are you joking? What on earth? Not sure why I'm doing it this way. Probably should have healed himself because Yanbamon has type advantage, so he's taking less damage. Although they are focusing him strangely high amount. Thunder Ray. By golly, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's probably not a train this time too. Oi! The nerve! Oh, that's a great guess. Where are the fights? Huh. Well, these are good treasure chests, if nothing else. So you know the drill. We do not have genocide attack available for this fight, so we need to kill the enemy Pedomon as quickly as possible. Or else he'll be healing everything. And then Yukidaramon before he starts doing approximately all of the damage. Good news is, we should be able to just interrupt from here if this didn't finish him, which of course it didn't. Go Pidomon. Yeah, see, he's going to heal himself. Look at his health. It's a good thing we didn't miss. I would have been a very sad camper. Honestly, probably can start getting some damage on here. Luckily he missed, so his damage increase reset. That'd do it. That would do it. I'm going to guard with him just because if they both hit him, he's gone. And he's so close to 70. I'm glad he can't consistently hit for some reason. Inexplicably. Inconceivable. Really trying to keep the lad down. He's just going around punching people. What's oh no. Oh. So Hidamon's going to level, but if Tailmon hits him first, He's gone. I need to guard here. I have to do it this way. Yanmon's going to do level next fight anyway, so. 2 HP left in a dream, by the way. Ah, there's it level ups. That's just mean. There's a Yukidaramon in there, and he looked very lonely. Oh no. Oh, I don't know about this one. So, first of all, Dolphmon gotta die with the quickness, or else we're going to be hitting like absolute noodles. He's AoE. Luckily, his stats are significantly more heavily weighted towards defense. Yukidaramon still hits quite hard though. I'm going to risk Dolphmon living another turn. Odds are, I don't know. Come on, lad. Do me proud. Bullets. Oh well. It's just once. The worst target too, because he was doing the best damage. We were going to take it either way because Pidomon was slower than Dolphmon in that round. We're just going to one burst Dolphmon so I can guarantee interruption. Okay. The okay. Yamelmon's leveling up to this fight for certain, so... Well, I'm pretty sure he is. I'm, I'm hoping I'm not going to jinx it, but I think this fight is actually worth a moderate bit more experience than the other one that's already giving 190 plus. So if it gives in as much as I'm hopefully not misremembering, then I believe we're actually done. Because I think it gives 240 something experience. How are you slower than a tortoise? You silly bug. Hey, I didn't misremember. 244 experience. It's a delightful fight to level up on if you can consistently blow up Dolphmon in the first round before he gets an attack off. Because if he starts lowering your attack, it just makes things drag because Tortomon just has so much defense. Looky there. And you can see what his stats finish off at even trained. They're Yanmamon's matching him, and Yanmamon's not exactly a high tier Digi, we'll say. Okay, so that's done. So now we exit. Also notice we have plenty of money now. Too bad I'm not going to spend it on anything just yet, but soon. Well, eventually. Speaking of, how's our items looking? We don't need those two just yet. We can sell the EX driver for even more money. So now we get to have a lot of fun because the grinding really starts. Well, it's not atrocious, don't worry. We're going to do two DNA, two DNAs right now. We're going to take Metal Greymon, who is maxed out. So note, his level is 27. Okay. And we're going to mix him with Foodmon to get, oh, a little penguin. So Woodmon was at level 19, which means he added 3 levels. So this Penguinmon can theoretically go to level 30. Which is not enough to go to perfect, but it's enough to be solid. An important note about Penguinmon is what he becomes DP wise, because let's see. Notice how at 3+ he becomes Dolphmon. Actually, I'm, I've kind of had my train derailed on me there, and I'm not exactly certain what I was going to bring up. Oh, I remember. It's something that I was going to point out. I, I, I'll bring it up later, way later, because it's something that happens or can happen during my little power recipe to get a, a full move set of all the best techniques on one Digimon that I'll demonstrate towards the end of the game. Because there's a section where you want um, to evolve to Waimon, but the Kakumon wants to become Zudomon instead. Let's see. Yeah, it's always Ikakumon. Ah, no, this is the issue. You end up with a Gomamon at some point, um, but at DP 0 and 2, he becomes Tortomon, and Tortomon always becomes Zudomon. So you don't want him to become Tortomon, you want him to become Ikakumon. So you have to give him what's called a DNA up chip, which increases his DP from 2, which is what it will be at that point, to 3, so he becomes Ikakumon, who then will become Waimon. Because Waimon's Tidal Wave skill is one of the best attacks in the game because it is an AoE version of Dolphmon's skill, so it lowers all of the enemies' attack powers. You hit it twice and they do half damage. Because remember, it stacks up to twice. And they'll do half damage the rest of the fight, unless they use one of the 2 skills in the game that reset parameters. One of which is probably bugged and doesn't even work. It depends on the hack. So, yeah. Just something to keep in mind there. So it wasn't Gomamon, or it wasn't Penguinmon, rather. It was Gomamon that I was thinking of. Penguinmon will consistently get you to Waimon because he can only become Ikakumon or Dolphmon, both of which go into Waimon. Okay, so there's one of the DNAs. And this Pengu will grow up to be a big, strong Waymon who we will eventually cross with not this so this upcoming trade is Garurumon for Holy Angemon. I'm pretty sure I told you what the actual trade is, which is the next trade we'll be doing pretty soon, actually. And the next trade after that will be Nisei Drimogemon for Metal Mamemon. The Metal Mamemon will cross with this Waymon, and we'll end up with a Metal Seedramon, which is another one of my favorite perfect level Digimon in the game. So look forward to that. As for the other DNA we're doing, that's Wizardmon. Note his level is 19, and we cross him with the level 16 Dark Tyrannomon to get Skymon. Now, pay attention to the level. The level's important here. Wizardmon is level 19, and this Dark Tyrannomon is 16. So what does that mean? He's going to add 3 levels to the cap, which means the resulting Skymon will be able to go to level 22, which means he'll be able to go to perfect level and learn the perfect level attack, which is really convenient because he's going to become. Well, you'll see when we get there. Let's not spoil all the surprise, but it's an invaluably useful move, is what he's going to learn. So that's the reason why we got 2 Madoki Betamon and then merge them together to just end up with another Betamon to up the level from 14 to 16. So you would get, this Skymon would be able to go to 22 instead of 21. Now we're going to, don't forget, we need to transfer these fresh Digimon to the Beetle so we can actually, use them. Our new Digiline is going to be Megadramon, Candlemon, and Skymon. And we're going to go train until Skymon hits 11. We're not even going to leave to evolve Candlemon yet because we're not going to use Tankmon. We just need him to be Tankmon, so it doesn't matter that we'll miss out on his attack. So we're going to get Skymon to 11, and we're going to evolve him. And then we're going to line up Megadramon. Normally it would be Yanmamon, but since he already capped, I may alter the plan. I'll have to think about it. I guess Hidomon could be the replacement. Either way, it doesn't matter. With Pengu. Anyway, yeah, 17. He'll go to 20 as well. I believe we have Digibeetle upgrades available now, if I recall correctly. Should be a new battery for us. Yes, the Shark battery. It will double our steps from 1,000 to 2,000, which is nice because I don't know if you've realized, but the domains are starting to get a little bit deeper, and our steps are starting to get a little more, well, not super low. We're starting to get down consistently to about 300 to 400 steps left by the time we fight the boss. So, might as well be a little safer. Luckily, it's cheap. Batteries are, for some reason, fairly cheap always, which I appreciate. There's also a new engine, but they are not cheap. So, if it's all the same to you, I won't. We probably won't be upgrading engine until the third body type. I don't think there's anything else for us to get. Let's get a new battery. So it was what, 3,000? Let's see how much we get back from selling the old battery. It's nice that the parts give you a little bit of a refund. 500, that's not bad. A sixth back. The X driver. See, let's double check I have the correct liner. I do. Let's see how I can most efficiently level in this domain. Why is CSI? Oh. Let's see, Virus. 2 Virus and a data. So you'd think BIOS would be the one, because it's the data one. Let's give her a try. It's probably because the enemies are too strong, because we do have to... we'll do this one. Genocide attack to you. Alright, Skymon is the one that comes with friendly fire, so do be aware of that. You don't want to accidentally hit somebody, do you? But yes, a reminder: its useful. Its uses are for curing confusion or triggering your own counters. Huh. Yeah, I find one smoother than I expected it would. .41 experience. That's actually a little better than I thought that fight was worth. Like how Megatron is not too far away from a level himself. Why did I just go up? I don't always go the long way. Take the long way on to do. Is this the higher level files? Guess we'll find out. Those Candlemon, if this is the like level 5-ish fight, they should be stronger than my Candlemon, but we shall see. So they do 17 to me. What does mine do to them, though? Yeah. So they're level 5, whereas mine's 4. Probably be okay. I'm not too worried about them KOing anyone. And these two level up. Should level up after every fight. It's mostly just babying Megadramon's MP, which is significantly easier to do than Metal Greymon since he has uh, like 50-ish more. It is a troll that friendly fire is the #1 slot, so you always have to scroll down to get to the actual attack. Yeah, that was more experience. That's good. So this is the one that has the ha. You thought Darkness specialty flower is good for us because Skymon gets a boost. Can't wait to get him to 12 so I can actually get an attack. Or so I can rearrange and get rid of friendly fire more accurately. I suppose I'm torn on whether even bothering to keep it or not. Because like I said, it does technically have its uses. It's just, it's mostly the counter triggering, which is the way the enemies use it, which is kind of amusing. That's the big one. That gives pretty good money for what it is. EP bug zap. Is that our face bug zap? Hmm. Ah, one of these trolls. Ah. Hmm. If it wasn't for the Fugamon, You know what? Might as well. See what we can do. The Fugamon, I worry, will threaten the Candlemon pretty severely. But you know what? I'll just guard with Candlemon. Skymon should be able to hold its own, at least to begin with. Yeah, luckily Kakatoriamon has lower HP. That is a counter attack, by the way. So you know what we do with those. I guess nothing. I guess nothing because I don't want Skymon to get. Oh, come on, lads. So just in case, HP disc, genocide attack, just guard. Just let Mega Dramon take it from you. Get him, lad. It's not. It's pretty much the most worthless counter in the game, honestly, because there's just no difference whether actual where it gets triggered or not. It doesn't do any more damage. It doesn't have a spatial effect. None of that. It just is. It's not Leomon's counter, which is actually dangerous even to quite high level Digimon. To where it's either you one shot him, or he might one shot you back, since it reflects the damage you did plus I want to say 50%. It's pretty rough. That's not so bad. We can do those. This one's not terrible either. I think this is like 77 experience. Or maybe I'm getting it mixed up with Woodmore. It's possible I'm getting it mixed up with Woodmon. It's not out of the question. I think they can take it. You know, if one was to force a data start and try to do it as efficient as possible, speedrun style, I do wonder if trying to get an early Palmon or Arumon would be quite useful if you could, if they consistently inflicted poison. Since it really does increase the damage fairly substantial, even to this point. That was a small flaw. I really don't want to fight them on a nature flaw. That one would be significantly more experience, but this is a dead end or it's going to be a long, long path. See, the issue is all three of them can paralyze. Whatever. Mega Dramon should destroy them pretty handily, but let's at least get some chip in on the middle one, maybe. So one of them tends to guard, um, but it's difficult to tell which one it is. It's one of the Kakatoriumon. Yeah, I should have went all in on Akatoriumon. My mistake. So it's the middle one that likes to. I'm going to double up on the Akatoriumon just in case the Skymon misses. Yeah, Zip Boom. That's a speed increase. Probably the least useful of the buffs, of the non-like elemental buffs. Oh no. It's the one thing we didn't want to happen. Same thing before. I'll target him. Hopefully somebody hits. Oh, they both can guard. Today I learned I've never seen both Kakatoriumon guard before. Only ever the middle one. That was pathetic, but it was enough. Sounded like me school days. Huh. Okay, so the one in the middle, so that one must be the level 12 one, because one's 13 and one's 12, and the Akatoriumon, I think, is also 12. I want to give you two a chance to finish this. I want to give you another chance to finish this. Look, he's giving you a free turn. Beat on him. This, yeah, there's no way that was going to finish him, but it gave another chance for a free turn for Nakadramon to recover some. We take. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Okay. That's not even any more experience than the other fight. I feel ripped off. What level are we at anyway? So it's 9, 7. So 4 fights. So 4 more fights. Of which there are currently 3 on the screen, but do I really want to deal with these again? Because all it takes is us actually getting paralyzed and paralyzed and paralyzed over and over and over. At least now we know to all in the Akatorimon to one turn him. Genocide attack. Thankfully, he used the assist instead of stun flame shot. Roasted. You've got to be joking me. Thank you for not paralyzing. No, 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 no. You go over there. Be a good lad. Thank you for not attacking either turn. You're a good lad. I don't care what the middle Kakatori says about you. And here the fun begins. Again, we level up into that one to make sure he dies. Hopefully. He guards anyway. You beauty. See, paralysis is so interesting because it it's generally okay about cleansing itself fairly quickly. However, when it fails to, it is such a massive pain in the arse. It's just dreadful. Okay. I must admit, I didn't think they would leave the nature specialty for. In fact, I'm quite puzzled as to why you did. Huh? Go on, babe, you're drunk. Maybe I'm drunk. What's even happening anymore? Huh. Why? Well, let's hope Fugamon's attack does not hit Candlemon. Okay, good. It's interesting just how much more difficult a fight Fugamon makes this. Okay, good. That did not finish him, so we're going to buy Megadramon a couple turns to recover some MP, because we still have 2 more fights to do. Oh no. Uh, Skymon, don't let me down. Candlemon can die after this, it's fine. He'll be able to evolve. It's okay, lad. The world needs ditch diggers too. Yeah, he'll. Huh. Sure enough. That is very new to me. Okay, we should definitely be able to one round now. Should. Since they're not boosted. 73 versus what was it? Like 58? It's a fairly substantial difference. Oh, right, he's for some reason doing that instead of paralyzing us. Well, now we know for next time. Remember, kids, knowing is half the battle. You're a good egg, Skymon. Don't come to school tomorrow. Nice miss, nerd. That's just not very neighborly. This is going to be fun. Huh. Joke's on you. The lad is unbeatable, unstoppable. Made of titanium. The Candlemon, not so much. Get him, lad. Could you not? Just one more fight, so we don't really need to worry about MP for Megadramon. Oh, that's a long way. Why did I think he could one shot? What's wrong with me? Hmm. Cruel. How cruel can you be? It begins. Oh, now you do that. I'm going to grill you. Sir, sir, please. Candlemon sure is squishy. It looks like he's made out of wax or something. Ouch. Could you not? Actually, we could almost intentionally get Candlemon gods. Ah, for the love of. Not like it matters. Tankmon's not going to be used anyway, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because I like Tankmon, but he's one of the dead-end lines of the game. Come on, Mega. That's a lad. Look at him. Who needs leg day? This is the big one, so no sense in holding back. Almost. Oh, now you hit. So that was a great example of when paralysis is a pain in the arse. I'm curious, is Candlemon maxed out? Or can he still... No, he can still, theoretically, learn... I have no words. You know what? We might use that. Antifreeze. I'd rather not, but... Go, Tankmon. Look at the lad. That is a happy fella right there. Ooh, spoopy. Pokemon. That's right, it's Pokemon, not Bakemon. Certain undisclosed, some certain YouTubers that I'm not going to elaborate on. And wait till you see what he turns into. See, oh, yeah, we need to hang him on. Now we're actually, I think we're about done for the day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to we'll go ahead and get Tankmon's attack just because it bugs me. Normally, we would line up Megadramon, Yanmamon, and Penguinmon, and then we'd go until Yanmamon hit 20. But since he's already hit 20, because somehow my experience got thrown off somewhere, then okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get this level for Tankmon, get one level on Bakemon to get his attack, and then we'll probably let's play it by ear. The first thing we're going to do tomorrow, though, is take the toy boat into Drive Domain and capture Garurumon to trade for Holy Angemon. That's the plan. But one of these floors. Yeah, we're not doing this one. No, sirree. Uh, you know what? We can. Just guard Penguinmon. That's pretty terrible. Make sure he's finished off. Might as well take another swing at Mushroomon. Not too fussed about using Megadramon's MP in this one because we're just doing a small amount of fights. For some reason, it did not register to me that he got hit. Oh well. Iron Fist. This isn't the darkness floor, so should be easier. 2 out of 3 of them aren't juiced up anymore. Let's not make the mistake of not guarding with Pangomon now. Unfortunate. Just to be safe, I could have used a HP disc, I suppose, on Pangomon. I was also banking on him friendly firing again, to be honest, so I'm glad that happens. Now, hopefully they don't double target Pangomon. Okay, we're okay. Everything is daijoubu. Because it'll just take a couple levels before Pangomon can hold his own against these goobers. There we go. Hyper Cannon. Uh, an okay, decently powerful attack. And now we get Pokemon here. Another Iron Fist. Yeah, I didn't think so. Items have been lackluster in this dungeon. Probably need another level to feel a little more comfortable letting Pangu fight. Still not enough to one round him. For some reason, Numemon has it out for Pokemon, so as I was saying, I have less reservations about letting Pengu lay the smack down. Death Charm, Thunder Javelin. So Death Charm can confuse the opponents. So that's her first confusion technique. Do not count on it though, because well, for one, bosses are immune, so there's that. Yeah, we're not doing that. I figure I would like to get him to 9 or 10 because he's at 3 now. But yet again, this is a grinding map that expects us to use mag missiles. Ah, there we go. There's the fight. So if we get him to say 9 or 10, then when we catch Garurumon, he'll get to 11. Or if he's 9 going in, then we can do an extra fight afterwards or before to get him on so he hits 11. You twat. I'm going to strangle him. I'm going to strangle every frog I see. He could be confusing everyone, so I will HP disc Pengu just in case. And that, kids, is why I chose to interrupt, in case he guarded yet again. Now we want him dead as quickly as possible. I can't believe he isn't dead yet. If this was a level 4 Penguinmon, he would be dead. True story. Oh look, a level 4 Penguinmon. What are the odds? Oh, Drill Missile level 2. Not bad. I think we've reached the end of the line that we can do in this domain at this point in time. See, I'm trying to remember. There's at some point in the near future we need to get right. So we need to get Megadramon to level 26, and he needs to have 800 or rather 680 or less experience left, because the boss of Drive Domain gives that much experience. So it's a convenient, quick way of getting his last level up quickly without wasting all that much experience. In the meantime, we need to get Pengu to 10. I will not. We'll do that next time now. Next time we'll finish getting Pengu to 10, and then we'll capture Garurumon. We'll grind a little more to get Megadramon to the appropriate experience remainder, and we'll hold on. It's better to save out here. We'll get Megadramon to 680 experience left to level 27, and then we'll do the boss. And we'll DNA Digivolve Megadramon with Yanmamon, which is a cheeky little way of getting arguably the best perfect level attack in the game. One of the best attacks in the game, which is Duo Scissoron, which is an AoE Scissoron that lowers enemy defense. So you hit them twice, you're doing double damage. You've pretty much won the game once you get that. We did save, correct? Well, now we've double saved. Ha! Alright. But that's enough for now, so Hope you enjoyed. See you next time.